Alright, give me one more minute, chat. Yeah, do you hear the cat in the background? Yeah, that's why. One second. Alright, actually here now. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, sip of coffee. But how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And once again, real quick, I just want to thank everyone who came out to the stream yesterday. We ended up raising $2,669.69. Nice. For Gamers Outreach, getting some video games to some hospitalized kids. So, almost $2,700 in one stream. And how long was I live? 9.5 hours? It's like, that's a lot. So, great job. Great job, everyone. That said, I'm still tired from that stream, so forgive me, I'm a little off today. I'm just not quite awake yet. Part of why the starting soon was longer today is I finished my coffee, so I got up to get more coffee. So bear with me, but it's good to see all of you. Roddy, Mystic Arcade, Tenor, Loading Screen, Jester, Dex, New Mexico, Sen, Itsukato, Craft Knight. Hope you're all having a lovely time. So today we're going to do some chill spell farming and spell testing. I've just been having a lot of fun pew-pewing with spells. I even briefly booted the game up last night to do that for a bit. There's a bunch that have surprised me, so not only do I want to play with those more, but I also want to see if we can farm up any more inspiration for spell builds. Which spell testing? I assume Curse of Malice, Radius, and maybe Inflammation? Maybe both of those. It'll depend on what I get from La Bunny. Oh, I have 3 backpack slots. This is honestly easy. I want to Arcane Bolt for a bit, because it's funny. Now, I did try out 3-charge Arcane Bolts, and it is cool, because you can just pew, 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 pew. But the damage loss from not having that spell damage part is actually pretty significant. Unfortunately. Hey, Sindra, how you doing? I'm trying to go for the head. I should really just go for, like, the upper chest so that it doesn't completely miss. Arcane Bolt being good is amazing. Arcane Bolt is so good. You just need to actually hit crits, but that's fine. It's our job Sunday. It's been going well. Hey, love to hear it, Sinji. That's a big W. How am I? I'm a little tired. We had a long stream yesterday. It was very gameplay heavy. I did a lot of BL3 endgame stuff. But we raised a lot of money for the kids, so it was worth it. I'm just kind of recovering from that. The only reason that didn't one-click Lechance is because I'm bad and I missed. What's the sniper? This is an Eidolon. Reason we use this is because this is the maximum crit you can get for gun stuff while holding. Double knot is gun damage, so it gets gun crit stuff. So this 33% crit will multiply the 10% you get from having a crossbow barrel. It will multiply the 10% from it being a sniper rifle. It'll multiply the 10% by it being a Hyperius. And Eidolons roll in all elements. So for fire double knot specifically, Carouser is better because Hyperius is 5%, not 10%, excuse me. For fire, black powder is better because black powder is 10% to Hyperius is 5%. But you can't get the Carouser's rolls on any other black powder gun, and Carouser's locked to fire. So for fire, Carouser. For everything else, Eidolon. Hey David, how you doing? Treat you guys real quick. Since you've been good, you can have some Frorb. But only because you've been good. That's for you. Where's my other arcane bolt? There it is. So Frozen Orb is one of those spells there's been a lot of talk about, but I hadn't gotten around to trying it until recently, and I'm very impressed with it. Arcane Bolt is one that we thought had fallen off, but with all the double knot optimization that's happened for other spells, it's all relevant to Arcane Bolt as well. But Arcane Bolts can cover lightning damage, which is something that, you know, Laser Hand, Wicked Gossip, they don't. Arcane Bolt can also cover dark magic. So in terms of pew-pewing, in like a pure spellcasting build where you want to be casting often and also be doing big damage, Arcane Bolt is one of the best you can pick. Now, I need to compare this with Ice Spikes. Like, Ice Spikes have much higher base, and much higher crit chance. So that makes me think that they'll be better off. But the asterisk there is, despite the better cooldown initially, they have less uptime. You will eventually have holes in your uptime with Ice Spikes in a way you don't with Arcane Bolt. So I'm wondering if there's any use for a Cryo Arcane Bolt here, or if Ice Spikes are still just practically the winner. I'm leaning more towards Ice Spikes just being the practical winner. But for Lightning and Dark Magic, at least, Arcane Bolt is really good. Hey, Swin, thank you for the 21 months. Means the world. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Swinlanum lazy da happel steer Swinlanum quag chad Swinlanum quag graph Swinlanum qua Swinlanum quag cozy.
I still miss it saying Swinlanum, but now it's Swinlanum. It's not the same. It was recast. Text-to-speech was recast. Thank you, Swin, for the 21 months. It means the world. Another thought. If these Arcane Bolts are doing so well, what if we revisited those concentrated magic barrages people were using on launch? Like, can you reliably hit crit spots with those? Because if you can, those are like base 6,000 damage. Which is a little bit more than this. Grave Burr, Brutal Stampede. Ability damage. Ignore the passives. Like, this was trying for Dire Sack stuff. Like, it was trying. Like, this with a Protagonizer would be kind of fun. Again, ignore the passives. Melee crit chance does nothing for that. Fire rate does nothing for that. Missing health regen, minimal to nothing, but... Take it? Yeah, I'll take it. I don't really have much inventory space, but I will take it. Alright, Spell Bunny, the reason we're here. I also do want, a Cape of Tides with Double Knot. So I should hit the Armor Bunny today as well. Crit chance, double status cube. Very nice. Oh. Why are triple ice spikes just so insane? Like, also, this is repeating. So, it's that, 1090 times 3, 4 times per spell charge. How's Glacial Cascade with all this double knot tech we've been doing? Probably still not great, huh? Hmm. Here's what we were talking about. Concentrated Magic Barrage. So with one spell damage part, at Ascended, it's 7,000 base damage. 18% crit chance with one crit chance part. It's only got one charge. I'm gonna take that and I'll actually, I'll edit that one. Also gonna check the vendor, because inflammation's in the vendor. This almost got real scary. So, like, remember how one of the best ice spikes we've ever seen was a volatile that rolled 2 extra projectile parts? Single ice spike with 2 extra, so it was like a triple but with much higher base stats. This almost did that on a repeating. And even only a primordial one would be an upgrade over the volatile one that I think Lazy is still using. That's still really good, too. That crit damage part. I'm gonna buy that. See, this is why I never have inventory space. Ever. I don't need tidebreakers. Still find Glitch Cascade not great. Yeah, I think it kind of lost pace with the game. Just sad. Morning, Urban Mac. How you doing? Amount of repeating ice spikes I used to just sell. Well, you see, back then, we had not optimized spellcasting stuff as much, and also, you were more likely to just want to cast once, kill the enemy, move on. Now that time to kill is longer in general, you're more likely to want the follow-up hits. So, it does make some amount of sense. Why repeating's more popular now. Glacial Cascade honestly just feels like a worse Quaking Thunder. Yeah, that's been my experience as well. And that's even with Quaking Thunder having generally more unfavorable elements. Like, Fire is better in a vacuum, but Cryo has, you know, Soaked and Icebreaker and all that stuff attached, yet Glacial still feels worse. And Dark Magic isn't really doing itself any favors, but it still feels better. A little sad. Wow, this War Paradigm's really trying. Grave Spell with area damage. Gun damage not bad either. Grave Spell. Spell damage, crit damage. Like, if you're doing a Blast Gasp focused setup that doesn't double knot for whatever reason, that's just cracked. Being on ground also strike against Glitch Cascade. Yeah, Sunder has the same problem, but Sunders also have wider range and go through walls. Okay, here's a pretty good pass as Cape of Tides, but it doesn't have the class combo I want. Like, 3 Font of Mana, 2 Awe is good. But I wanted one with double knot. Double knot armor existing really does skew the spell armor choice. Yeah, like, Blast Gasp armor is still good, but it's ultimately just not as consistent. Claw Blight. 3 Awe. What do I use Claw Blight armor for? Is that Oath of Fire? Yeah, that's Oath of Fire. I guess a gun build has gun crit chance. Spell damage isn't useful. I'll leave that. And Cape of Tides on a Blight Collar. What am I talking about? How you doing, Tris? More Cape of Tides. If Blast Gasp could crit, that'd be really interesting. It's still interesting because it rolled 2 points in unyielding and a missing health passive. That's a lot of health regen. Shouldn't take it, but I will. Alright, what do I not need here? I don't need that. Don't really need that either. Where is it? Where's the thing? There you are. One day Hema already regret doing this again. Understandable. I'm going to farm this this concentrated magic barrage into correct parts. Just some quick farming. Give me 1 second. Check a resource, make sure I'm farming correctly. Magic missile channel. Do I want an extra projectile on this? Let me check over here. Hey Wills, how you doing? Good to see you. Elden Ring beckons, must bonk more bosses. You do the thing. Only bad part of me getting a job is birthday's on a workday this year. Hey, you at least get to reward yourself for your birthday with a little bit extra spending money, hopefully. Magic Missile 4. Can't wait to get my first paycheck from this job. Again, I'm happy for you, Sinju. It's good stuff. Right, Kevin?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I'm gonna want spellcast all damage here. I could drop a spell damage part for cooldown. Try that. I think Hemo knows when you're trying to speed kill it. Probably. Like, during my runs yesterday, during the one where I wasn't paying attention and I wasn't really trying, is where Hemo's AI was the most cooperative. Like, Hemo and Vermi stayed stacked on each other for most of the time. To the point where I was able to, like, hit them both by shooting a boogeyman, which was really weird. This should work out okay.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
2 different runs on 52 53 second pace. Died a 15-second immune phase. It do be like that. It do be like that, unfortunately.
Arcane arrow! Cool downs. Let the magic begin!
You know, the fact that these home is pretty good.
Work this out. We all walk away, preferably with me walking away with...
Oh, when they don't crit, though, it's less good. Works well enough there. I didn't see the damage number, though. Get 2 charges. Let me check. It doesn't say they can't. Yeah, it doesn't say they can't. So much damage to drop frames. It really did, Turbo.
Mag of holding.
Not bad.
Oh, you really got...
It's got a little bit of an AoE, which makes me wonder, is spell radius stacking the way to go with this spell?
Finally, that cooldown took ages. Magic barrage!
Oh, took a sharp turn to the ground there. That was like a 5 mil. The damage is there. Probably like laser hand where you want the second charge so it cools down where casting. That's a good point. So what do we give up? The cooldown part? I mean, maybe could give up the crit chance part, but it hits so infrequently. I really want it to crit. So I guess we give up the cooldown part then.
big target. I need the practice.
Its current specs especially two classes in use. Spell Shot Graveborn. Spell Shot Graveborn is the peak of pure spellcasting. As soon as you introduce anything else, depending on what that is, one of the classes will start to lose value. Usually Graveborn's the first one to lose value in that combo. Like, if you're doing any amount of gunplay or you want to use an actual action skill, then Berserker becomes more desirable than Graveborn. But for the purposes of pure spellcasting, you can't beat this combo. For most things. Asterisk, as with all rules.
I never miss.
Just don't teleport away and we're good.
Let's go. Learn to pick an easier mark.
I'm trying to get right up on his hitbox. Another thing that would help with this, I suppose.
Spell, yeah.
This particular spell. Come on. And me again. Thank you. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll get her done. That's certainly damage. Spell cap, the one that instantly replenishes spells on gun crit, has a chance to on gun crit, and it has an internal cooldown. But yes. Excuse me? Where did the spell go? Oh, your health bar is empty, sir.
Time for a spell. Ah, crap. More bad guys means more work.
Pretty good. His girlfriend saved him. Relatable. Extra projectile Curse of Malice. I still don't know how I feel about that because it seems like it'd just be less damage than a spell damage part, right? It's 2 extra hits, essentially. Doesn't seem worth over just a spell damage part. Because going from ×7 to ×8 is like, whatever. Chaosion, cast 100, Fainted Spike.
My truth. You have to do better than that.
Papa John's, this is Quag speaking. Didn't hit the crit there. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Let's go with
Aww. Aww. Die.
Ready to go again?
So, Concentrated Magic Barrage feels okay. I think we'll try another run with, these roll multiple elements. Is it all elements? I think it's not fire. Because these exist in poison, lightning, cryo, and I think dark magic. But definitely not fire. We'll have to have a thunk about that. Doing a Chaos 100 Dark Magic build. Cool. Popular concept. Phone is blowing up today. Ugh. Tokenize is OP though? Definitely wouldn't say OP. It's a good option. Tried channel cast Arc Torrents on this, like with less damage they charge up quicker. If I get a good one, I'll throw it on, see what happens. Rudy Roam's a nicer OP though. Nice rune. Not rune, Viper. I saw Rums and my brain did a weird Hi Viper, not rune. Like I said at the start of stream, my brain's barely working. I'm so tired today. How are you, Viper? I need to just set up this coffee to be an IV drip right here. Call me Rune. I don't know. I don't have an excuse. Viperoon. No excuse other than brain did a weird. Spell charge, damage radius, spell damage. Shame about no extra projectile. Spell damage, cooldown, crit damage. You still have a base 10 crit without the crit chance part. I'm gonna extra charge, extra projectile cooldown. Stop giving me good repeating triple ice spikes. I have too many. I don't have room anymore. Didn't get a purple quality Cloudburst Arc Torrent and all of that? Really? Kinda surprised. There's a Dark Magic Concentrated Barrage, yeah. I think the only element it doesn't go is Poison. Or not Poison, Fire. Does do Poison, doesn't do Fire. My brain's working slow today, but not slow enough that it can't also fact check itself immediately. It's very weird, because I just have this nagging sensation of I just said something that I didn't intend to say. So then I have to go over it, and I'm like, oh, that's what's wrong. Streaming tired is so cursed. Trying to arc tournament, please let me know if they're any good. Tried a couple yesterday and they were kind of shit. Yeah, as soon as I get some, I will fix them up appropriately. Works active today, which is fun. Got a brief 10-minute while Machine Go Burr until you're doing spells that popped in. Yeah, we're doing concentrated magic barrages right now. Testing out part combinations, seeing what's good. You just consult the spreadsheet. Where is it? Where are you? I have too many saves. Tried simple cast as one on Skeep Lightning Storms, took a 2 cast to kill a small goblin. Yeah. I think you're gonna just be locked into Cloudburst Arc Torrents if you want them to do any meaningful damage.
Think you can make it?
I don't have a problem. Yeah, there's no problem, Dex. The problem is that I don't have a problem. See, when they don't crit, it's just kind of like if I get a cast without Blast Gasp and without Double Knot, it's like, where damage?
Come back! I was almost done killing you!
Gee, my concentrated magic barrage. How you doing, Stone Swan? We're trying out this right now. I want it to crit more. Because it's homing, it's actually kind of hard to get it to hit a crit spot on, like, a human-sized enemy. Be fine on bosses. Or if you, like, barrel stuff. But, like, that base damage is crazy. And it charges up. And these can come in any element except for fire. 10% base crits is pretty good. 1 crit part restored really. Yeah, we just switched away from a crit part because we really want the spell charge so that it can get some of its cooldown back while we're charging the next one up, like with laser hands, as Sen mentioned. I could go for not having the cooldown part, but extra projectile is really important here because low hit count without guaranteed crit chance. The reason why laser hand works well as a low hit count is because it's got that guaranteed crit. So one less thing to worry about. Too awkward outside of that. That's the impression I'm getting. They're good enough to include in a list of what's desirable. Like, one-shot nightmare. Not that face, because it didn't crit. Also, this does kind of chain you to Cursed Wit. I could do shock ones with Body Rune. But then, the question I started asking myself is, why am I not just using Arcane Bolt? Yeah, I gotta try this with Radius. Because it's just awkward right now. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? Fucked up bad today? Oh, but I hope it's recoverable, whatever it is. How's my day? My day's good, other than me being close to the threshold of non-functional because of how tired I am. I forgot to shoot for Barba Load, but that was a good chunk. The homing is real nice there. Redmorn, where you like this? Redmorn, let me go. Get over here. Oh, I'm alive. Cool. Icy cold, icy hot. Sit here in pain for a while with ice bag in no area. What did you do? What did you do?
Healing vial! Get your healing vial here!
Yeah, it's the AoE hitting the heads that's letting me still do damage.
Never stood a chance!
Yeah, this is awkward. These are awkward. I'm gonna hold on to them. We'll go back to Arcane Bolts for a bit. But awkward. Meanwhile, Arcane Bolts are smooth. They're so smooth. I don't know how you're alive, Rabbit. Like, basic existence failure. Often.
Time for a spell! Bit of healing. Wait for it!
How'd Frozen Orb testing go? Extremely well. Orb is, very, very good. I even made a copy of the save and was messing around with, sort of a gun hybrid Orb setup. I might play that today as well. Yeah, Arcane Bolt's so good. Seven spell charge inflammation. Seems like such a waste. Yeah, next boss we get, provided it's friendly to it, I'll Orb for you, Urban Mech. It's quite good. I don't want to sever the thread setup. I don't want to be good for it. I'm using sever the thread in the polymorph orb setup I'm doing. The thought process is that with a Spriggan, you're still getting a high hit count for sever the thread triggers. You're getting a decent double knot formula because you get the 21 card crit. And then you get the Hyperius Molt. You don't get the sniper bonus or the crossbow barrel, but you get something. And Spriggan's also good enough to like do actual gun DPS. That's a stupid question. Yeah, absolutely. You manage to get better gear from the very thing you can't beat. Lower your difficulty. Lower your difficulty. So, like, if you're on Chaos 35, and you're trying to get gear upgrades, remember that a primordial is not necessarily an upgrade over a good parts roll on a volatile, for example. Part variance on some slots is so bad that you could have the worst possible part set on an Ascended White Rider and have a perfect volatile be better. Despite the fact that an Ascended White Rider has 4 levels of stat advantage, it can still be worse. That applies to a lot of guns, it applies to a lot of spells, it applies to a lot of armor. So if you are trying to get an upgrade and you are walled by the difficulty you're on, drop the difficulty. And get stronger, then go back up. Hey, happy Tuesday, Stump. How you doing? Stupid armor. Yeah, we should start calling smart armor stupid armor. An Extinction Calamity with, like, enough crit chance seems like it could be okay, but that cooldown's bad. Smart armor really is world's strongest arthritic armor, if you take it at what it does. Can't argue with that. Hey, Shard Attack, how you doing? See interaction with the Barbalo and Sniper Rifle, you don't mind a quick explanation? Sure. So, I'm rarely actually using it, because I'm not actually shooting my gun. So the Barbaload here is just like, I'm using it for the stats it has. In most circumstances, I'm getting no advantage from a Barbaload versus anything else that is capable of rolling lightning damage, spell shot power, all damage. So I could use a Theurge, I could use a purple, it'd be fine. But when I do want some multi-target, and I do feel like styling a bit, since the gun that I'm holding has crossbolts anyway, I can shoot once and then cast. Any damage has a chance of triggering Barbaload as long as there's a crossbolt in the target. So I do this against Dragonlord statues, because it'll let me just clear out the enemies while I'm focusing on the statue. But for the most part, it's not relevant. You could just have a purple and be a-okay. Crit chance cooldown. Yes, I will take that. My inventory is full again. Why am I like this? Interesting things. Yeah, no problem, Shard Attack. Hey, Shiner. I've heard you mention Curse Wit on a spell primary deadshot. Can you recommend other armor that works well? Problem is having been able to find any Catic or Volatile armor with double knot. Rock Purple Catic. What is Cursed Wit? So Cursed Wit's a ward. I'm kind of confused on the question. Shiner, do you want to know about wards or do you want to know about armor? Or do you want me to just do both? Oh yeah, I want Twisters. I haven't tried out Twisters since, like, Chaos 20. So, I'll keep an eye out for those. It's like a decent starting point, honestly. Maybe I make some room and try out a Twister. I don't need all these laser hands. Why do I have so many laser hands? More apologies to mix up. No, you're all good. You're all good. My inventory's full. The sky is blue. So with wards, for spellcasting builds, you're mostly looking at 3 options. Cursed Wit, which is going to be the squishiest, and it's gonna require you hugging enemies the most. Lich's Auger, which is gonna require you filling and breaking your ward, and it doesn't help you with survivability, so you're really no better off than you are with Curse Wit in terms of tank. But you just get a bonus that isn't conditional on range, and you get a little bit of cooldown. So it's like a different set of advantages for the same downside for the most part. But then Body Rune is the one that's just gonna kind of always help you. Body Rune heals you on kill, and as long as you've gotten a kill recently, you have that fire bonus element on all of your damage. So it is healing, it is damage. It's got a good capacity, and it's the kind that, like, Mage Armor is better at filling a Body Rune than the Body Rune is at filling a Body Rune. So if you're running a Mage Armor spec, then Body Rune's exceptionally good. Basically, if you're running Mage Armor, you don't want Curse Wit, and the choice becomes Body Rune or Lich's Auger. Another thing to keep in mind with this one is that Body Rune has the standing still bonus to lightning damage that the Spirit Rune does. It has it built in as a hidden effect. So if you're using lightning spells, Body Rune gets another advantageous aspect to it. So you can get a pretty high crit chance, should make it easy to double knot. Yeah, that's my hope. I've heard good things. I just haven't used it in quite a while. Show your banner. What? The vault symbol. That was cool. You look cool. Still in that color scheme. Enjoy it. Not appreciate it? Yeah, no problem. No problem. Cursed Wit is a very risk-reward thing. I only use it as much as I do nowadays because enemy damage went down overall. So you have a little more wiggle room. And also because on Deadshot, you don't die. Because you're always healing.
We'll see.
Mosquitoes DLC 4? Yes. That's interesting. Huh. That's doing more damage than I thought it would.
Wait for it.
This is not really favorable elements either. I don't know a poison one with this and all. On the cryo. We'll get weird. We'll do Frorb Twister. That's a weird sentence. That's a very weird sentence. How's that on Twister? Pretty bad. 153. Yeah, no thank you. Morning 9, how you doing? A backpack full of perfect barbos? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. I missed. A little too high. There we go. There goes the idea of using Anti-Hex just Soul Twister Black Collar to get all the elements. I mean, you would apply a dot, it just wouldn't be a good dot. So it depends on what you care about. And a lot of people like this idea of getting all the elemental status buffs on Blight Caller at the same time, but like, what does that do for you? Like, what's the use case scenario? When do you need all of them? When do you need all of them? And so, like, is there a situation when you need all of them and you wouldn't be better suited by getting just the most important ones in better quantities elsewhere? That's the question. Gotta make these chicken biscuit with bacon. That sounds amazing. I didn't know I wanted that, and now I'm just unsatisfied. I will be unsatisfied until I have that. And it feels almost like you're using a shotgun. I guess that's the idea. Twister, shotgun, spell. Yep. You figure out what I'm doing for lunch today? Gonna order something, don't know what yet. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for lunch either. I got some decent leftovers. Probably do that. I missed the second Frog. Tragic. Bogo on traditional wings at Wild Wings on Tuesday. You know, I still can't figure out if I like that chain or not. Because the food's fine, except a couple times I've ordered takeout, and it's just been, like, awful. And also, it's really pricey. How much of the sandwich is from Twister? I'll use just Twister for a bit. It's one-shotting basic enemies. Just death save with that. I only have one right now, so bear with. It's not the most favorable element right now, but it's doing okay. Now, Twister benefits hugely from radius. Might want to acquire some radius rings. We go when it's BOGO. It's Tuesday's traditional, Thursday's boneless. You get 30 for 16 bucks. Swin knows the deals. On my shit list right now, wing prices went up, so they upped their prices accordingly. Chicken wing prices come down, they left their prices the same wherever other wing place in town has lowered prices. Yeah. Truckload of hits and chances for double knot, yeah.
Fucking cast again! I'll give it to you. You're amazingly self-confident. Like, way too confident.
I was at 11 mil. I was at 11 mil double knot from my poison twister against Wastard. Chance for Donkey Kong, man. DK? Donkey Kong? Song's in your head now, isn't it? Somewhat related note to that. Have you ever heard the mashup of you know, Space Jam with the DK rap? Because it's amazing. Motherfucker. Sorry, I'm not. Hey, Atris, how you doing? Oh, my favorite mashup? It's that time of the year. So, you know. My favorite mashup is in season again. It's that one. Joe Furlong showed me that one 2 years ago, and it's just been my favorite mashup ever since. What is it? Trust me. Just click it. Trust me. Trust me. 69% status chance on a Storming Ice Spike with a status chance part? Nice. I'm taking it because haha funny meme. Watched after stream? Okay. It has no right to go that hard, right? It's so good. Like, it goes in that category of music that makes you move against your will. Oh, there's the Arc Torrent we were looking for. Radius, huh? I don't have inventory. Do not have inventory to live this life. I'm not built for this. I'll play this at a funeral. Fully expected you to post both of the G. No, I would never steer you guys wrong. For anyone who's unable to click the link or unwilling, it is a mashup of Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas, you know, the seasonal song. And just a little bit of Soldier Boy, because those two things go well together. Oh no, that's the other one. I linked the Soldier Boy one. It's Soldier Boy and Doom Eternal. The one from Doom Eternal, the one everyone likes. But the other one, hang on, I gotta get that. I'm thinking multiple thoughts at the same time. I have two of these bookmarked. Again, disclaimer, tired streamer. Two Soldier Boy mashups. Don't actually play it. That one note's gonna get me DMCA'd. I'm combining thoughts, Roddy. What if they mashed up those two mashups? Now I want that. It was phenomenal nonetheless. Oh, of course. Of course. Yeah, the first one is some Doom Eternal and some Soldier Boy. The second one is Mariah Carey and Soldier Boy. Both go unreasonably hard. First one's like you could game to. The second one is you just laugh the whole time because it works too well. Apologies, my brain no worky. It's like the fourth time today I've said one thing and meant another, and then been like, hang on. That ain't correct. Playing that at Family Christmas. Because the first few seconds, they're like, oh, I know this song. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'll have to find a few multi-charge Quaking Sutter spells pair with multi-charge Calamity spells built to kill, though. That's the thing. If you're using a Quaking Sunder in an Ambi-Hex build, you almost always want something else that is spammable in your other slot, and you also want something that can hit single targets and or do bossing, which is not something that the Sunder itself is going to be good at. Sunder is exceptional for mobbing, but the enemies have to be on the floor, and the cooldown sucks. Calamities, pretty much the same deal, except they're fine against airborne targets. So I would not recommend using those together. Unless you're doing Polymorph, in which case you just spam a lot of one of them and it's fine. Three Dark Hydras on this. With good passes. What do I do with this? I guess Mortal-Culturalists with, But if I was gonna do Mortal-Culturalist, I'd want Spore Capstone. For Play the Ankles, for multi-target. So that would mean the extra points into Dark Hydras wouldn't really have any value because you're not going to get them without Grave Capstone. It made me think enough that I'll pick it up. That's why I have so many items in my storage. If it makes me think, I pick it up. What are some gear recommendations for a Stablo Spell Shot as a dedicated drop location? So you're going to have to be more specific. What kind of Stablo Spell Shots? Stablo Spell Shot doesn't tell us anything. Like, what is your build doing? Is it a gun build? Is it a spell build? Is it a melee build? What gear slots are you looking for? What are you looking for on the gear itself? Like, you're gonna have to give some more information for us to be able to troubleshoot crowd. And also, I'm just gonna be perfectly honest with you. Dedicated drop farming is an afterthought in this game, which is how I personally like it, because I find dedicated drop farming mind-numbingly awful. But I would really strongly advise getting in the habit of farming other ways. But I still can answer the question you asked if you you specify a little bit. Version of All I Want for Christmas Is You, done by German operatic tenor Jonas Kaufman, and it's campy as hell and classy at the same time. It's amazing. Can you link it, Jester? I'd love to hear that. Question maybe someone can answer. Does Epic and Steam throttle download speed? Yes. Yes. I'm not certain about Epic, but Steam definitely does, yes. $300 down, can't go over 40 when using those two. Yeah, I pay for 300 down. More realistically, I get between 100 and 200 down, and I also don't go above 40. So, right there with you. I'd like to be a tad better just because the Hunt in Wonderlands would be a lot of fun. Would it, though? Like, most items in the game already do have sources. It is still a majority that do have sources. Even if every single desired change by the dedicated farmers was made to the game, they would not be okay with it. Want to send my PC back? Yeah, no, it's just the Steam thing. No, yeah, you're good. Saving that for later. Thank you, Jester. Really for own reasons, not game health. I'd like to point out that BL3 does not have the problems that that Wonderlands does from a hunt perspective, yet people still aren't running that for the hunt. And read between some lines there.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Voted 2 this year? Of course, because 2 is always going to win the vote for anything. Not because it's better, but just because it's going to win. So much better through 3080. I'm glad your PC's treating you well.
Good luck.
Wife absolutely plays the shit out of All I Want for Christmas come Christmas time. Definitely mixing this song in. Please tell me how that goes, Roddy. I cannot wait. Please tell me how that goes. Oh, this thing is aggressively bad.
This'll be fun.
Hang on, where damage?
Hardly a challenge.
That is aggressively bad. What is happening with that? Huh. Hardcore is just bad? Apparently. Cool. I'll consider that scienced. Why does one tick of a Twister do more than an entire Arc Torrent? Like, Twister legit hits for like 30 times the damage of an Arc Torrent. Last I checked, Cheese is doing pretty well on points. Cheese is running it casually. He's just kind of vibing, and he's not clipping his drops. It's just like amplifying the event and playing because it's there. Which, massive kudos to Cheese for that. You just badass at BL2? Cheese is just badass whatever game he plays. He is, as the kids say, a Jod Jamer.
You know, really, it's the masterful word weaving done every day by tall, attractive writers.
Actually, the first ever Twitch streamer I watched. Ooh, good first one. Not like 16, I think. I ended up first seeing a cheese stream, and I was in the midst of some shit life event induced insomnia. So like through a raid I ended up there. And I ended up coming back like every stream after that. And that was 3 years ago. You'll be good peeps, for sure. Cloudburst started trying to get nerfed a few weeks after release. It did. It did. They reworked it alongside a damage drop. But I still will not put it in the box of it being killed by a nerf because it was still viable then. Not as good, but still viable. Remember that that happened at Chaos 20, and we're now at Chaos 100. And that a lot of the other spells we're considering competitive now. Twister got buffed. No, they don't. They don't like me very much. Thank you, dialogue line that persisted weirdly. Twister got buffed. Frozen Orb got buffed. Laserhand got buffed. Wicked Gossip launched in an insane state. Arcane Bolts got buffed. Curse of Malice launched good. Not insane. But, Concentrated Magic Barrages did take a nerf, but they're still good. They were always better than Arc Torrents, so that's worth noting. Ice Spikes were always crazy. Calamities have not been touched, but because of that, you have to be very picky with your Calamity parts nowadays. So a lot of the spells that are viable right now are because of buffs. Dazzler, Timeskip, both buffed. Elemental Blasts have never been touched, and they're just kind of like, meh. Same with Spectral Talons. Yeah, I think spells are the thing they've spent the most attention balancing in this game. And it's been to great effect. How you doing, Snowspawn? I'm sorry, LeChance. Just felt mean. So the world building for Remnant's pretty good. Yeah, considering how, like, barely there the story is, the fact that the world building is still moderately interesting Says a lot. I suppose that's kind of the way they're paying homage to Dark Souls. The Remnant devs are big fans of Dark Souls. You can see that a lot in game design. The way Dark Souls conveys its lore, the way FromSoft just kind of does that in all of their games except Sekiro, really, is it's very background. It's through, like, item descriptions, implications with the enemies, conversations that are very missable, things like that.
I hate waiting.
Can't quite reach her crit spot from there.
Come on, let's go. Round two.
Yeah, so many of these spells just get so much better when you're able to aim for the head. Like, for a while, when talking about advantages of one build archetype versus another, we always framed it as guns have the advantage if they can bypass crit chance by just aiming for weak spots. But most spells do that too. And spells just are better. So, like, can we even classify that as a gun build advantage anymore? You want to reach your crit spot? Listen, you know me. Chat seems interesting. Oh, Priz loves Remnant. Snowspawn's getting into it. One of these days I'm gonna have to try Elemental Blasts, like, actually sit down and use them for an extended period of time. But I don't feel like today is that day. Yeah, there's the Concentrated Barrage and, where is it? Yeah, and Poison. Imminent Calamity is another one on my to mess with list. Pretty pitiful haul in this run. So until I get better twisters, we'll just, we'll full-time Frorb for a bit. I'll have to switch against certain, bosses, but it's been a while since we Frorbed. Really need to get this on an Eidolon. Because, like, this enchant is not it. Just use the lightning one. It's fine. Hey, Coffee, how you doing? My hands on the Lucky Magnum from the Coin Lady. Feels great to use. So the Magnum is one of the only weapons in that game that is just not even really situationally useful. So, like, the fact that probably the worst balanced gun, second worst balanced gun in that game still feels good to use says a lot about the game.
Come on, have some fun. Go on, Fate-Maker. I almost don't want to kill the rest of you. Tell everyone how impressive I am. Oh, right, I will. Carry on. That one's mine. Don't get the loot. Finally, that cooldown took ages. Cooldowns.
Goodbye, Pigwort. Which you place in as the worst? The one from Skarsgård. Whatever that gun is. Oh yes, that. Yeah, the one you forgot existed?
Ah, you fell for it. Classic hero fate.
Sound design's great. It is. I love sound design. How am I? Very tired. Coffee. Waiting at the dentist? Ooh. Sorry for the answer to take some to school. Yeah, no worries. Black collar dot build pretty much down so it kills at C100. However, not sure which is the best for the melee slot. Currently using the salmon for his high status effect. Any ideas? How much are you melee? Doing it often? And what armor are you using? Not much melee using the aspect. Then you're just looking at, like, utility for the most part. You could run a Twin Soul to get 2 beneficial hilt mods there. So, like, if you want to recover some of your action skill cooldown, you can just run up and use Ancient. And you could still maintain Caustic. Caustic Echo Twin Soul is one I would really vouch for, because then you get the extra status damage and chance. Plus, Echo is just naturally synergistic with dot builds because you'll be doing a lot of damage that you can just condense into one brief window. Echo also helps you bypass things that you can't dot, because if you can dot something in the room, but not the other thing, you could just dot the first thing and then Echo the second. So probably an Echo Caustic Twin Soul would be my recommendation. Thank you. You're welcome, Grasshopper. Force equipment sensitive, pacing moment alone makes me dislike Alternator, never mind the damage. Whenever I... So, like, I should make a dedicated Ferb save that I customized to look like the sorceress from Diablo 2. I think that'd be funny. Ooh, could we make Meteorb in this game? Like, maybe a good fire... Blazing or Extinction Calamity in one hand, Frozen Orb in the other. Do Meteorb shit. D2 reference build. Many unique weapons are there in Remnant? All of them. All of them are unique.
Your hero's journey ends here.
right? I mean, like, it's not like, hey, you'll only have the hunting rifle, the basic hunting rifle. No, like, even the starter weapons are fully endgame viable and have their own use cases and everything. Like, the hunting rifle is what I crutched on the entire time to get my hardcore achievements. The shotgun is some of the best mod power generation in the game. Meaning, like, caster-style builds really like the shotgun. I missed! I got a job with H&R Block. You didn't! Congrats, Swin. That's huge news. Bernadette, why'd you fly out of the Forb? Bernadette, why? Stop it. I don't know why she's so good at dodging Forbs today. Now me ground slamming like it's BL3. Oh no. Cross-contaminating my muscle memory. She doesn't want to be forbed. She's starting to believe. Decided to give Overwatch 2 a try. Couldn't stop trying to run. I might try out Overwatch 2 at some point. Queues are a pretty big issue from what I've been hearing from friends who play it. So I might just learn whichever thing they need so they can have a decent group. Gives me a good place to learn. See if I like the game. Bye, LeChance. Another game in the backlog, tell me more. Listen. Don't do me like this. Don't put me on blast like this, Briz. Just ready for PvE? Yeah, I want to try the PvE with that game. It's gonna be a bit of a struggle unless you have friends playing support. Hey Hawken, how you doing? Try next month, balance issue right now. Sounds good, Irish. Boilermaker's trying? Doing good, how are you? Tired, but somewhat functional. I'd be a support main, Secu's no issue for me. Right, like, that's why I was thinking of learning support. It reminds me a lot of when I was playing, Star Wars The Old Republic an incredible number of years ago. I first got into, like, progression rating as a tank because, like, a good tank, and there weren't many tanks around, period. I'm an exceptional DPS. Like, I'm a good tank, so I got in on tanking. And then eventually, one raid night, like, we had one group where one night was the main run, and then we ran the second night on alts and, like, different roles and stuff, just for fun. And on the second night, the tank couldn't keep up with me on DPS, so eventually we switched to the main group I was DPS, because we found, like, an acceptable tank. Basically, you're willing to settle for shit tanks because there's so few. But sometimes people who are better in other roles are forced into doing it because of the scarcity. Hey Rory, how you doing? Balanced 5v5 is very rough for support players. I've heard some of the discourse around how the role of support and tank has really changed in Overwatch 2, but this is all third-party info, so... Like, going from 2 tanks to 1 has been significant, I'm told. Not personally familiar. Tank class, is that a me urban mech? And so I played them all, but the one that I started like getting into progression on was an assassin tank. And note that this was before patch 2.4, so like assassins didn't have armor back then. You were an RNG tank basically. You were an RNG tank that focused on healing themselves through damage and like avoiding damage. Patch 2.4 in that game is when they removed the healing that assassins could do and instead gave them actual damage mitigation. But like, that's relevant info because I was known for being a competent tank on the least desirable tank before they made it good. Up to Cats 55, Blight Contagion is a build I've always wanted in Borderlands. Sometimes got close, never there. If I had a bit more reliable healing without body rooting ads, it'd be there. As for Swiss Army cheese at that point, so like I get it. Yeah, gotta have one downside. I'm glad you're enjoying. Brought egg rolls. Ooh, that sounds good. Control. That sounds real good. I need food. I didn't eat breakfast today because I don't usually have an appetite in the morning. But I want food now. Or eat some food. I don't have any in front of me. I'd have to, like, get up and that's, like, over there, you know? Another twister. I guess it is time to double twister. Could drop that Arc Torrent because it was terrible. I'll pick up another Blazing Calamity somewhere else. Why are they both Poison Cryo? That was a little awkward. I need more Eidolons. It's like I want a cryo with spellcast damage dealt for bossing, and then I want a cryo with gun kill area damage spell radius for mobbing. Guess I'll just pull this one anyway. But this enchant is not as good with, you know, twisters, because these each hit 16 times. But whatever. It's fine. I'm not mad. Oh no, gotta move. Yeah, like, that's too much. It's too much. Need something where we go on strike? Guess you're going on strike. Rings using currently shell casings with spell crit damage, sniper crit damage, just to enhance double knot. You've got a lot of flexibility with these stuff. You could go spell crit chance for more double knot consistency. You could go spell radius, especially with spells that notably benefit, like Twister and Wicked Gossip and Frozen Orb. Radius is a good shout. I still have not tried high radius arcane bolts. Primarily because it's just going to shave peak damage off against bosses, but the extra radius would be really funny against mobs. Like, you wouldn't have to try to hit headshots, it, like, headshot enemies as it goes by, because the hitboxes with that spell get really weird with high radius.
Come on, have some fun.
My first day of a new medication, weird brain and caffeine straight up doesn't interact with it at all. I got a prescription for a non-caffeine based stimulant, very controllable legal substance, and holy shit. The first caffeine or equivalent rather rush of my life at almost 30, and I completely understand how Starbucks foods corporate America. I forgot to put an enchant on that. It's fine, it's just 15 global. I guess that gives me an opportunity to just use this one.
You're just loot, quick to be dropped. I'm the badass. Now who wants to go on track?
Twister good. Nullify is going to impact the Twister really badly, isn't it? It's like, in theory, if every single hit of a Twister hit both Blast Gasp and Double Knot, never happening, but in theory, it's 48 instances of damage. So Nullify is just going to be like, no damage.
Ammo up.
Yeah, proper element Twister deletes Banshee, for sure. I'll just hang out here. Getting 100% spell crit currently? No. 25% base takes me to 77 currently. With Spellblade, that might bring me to 100. But no. And I don't really think it's worthwhile going for guaranteed crit for anything other than Ice Spikes. Reason being, you're mostly just aiming for weak spots anyway. Ice Spikes have a high enough base that, like, you're basically there anyway. Laser Hand, you don't need to worry about the stat at all. Banshee hitbox said no. Radius would solve that problem. Radius or crit chance would solve the Banshee hitbox problem. Hey Sora, how you doing? Like, if I throw a Twister at an enemy's head like that, and then they're dead and I don't need to worry about crit chance anyway.
That is business. Well, that went about as I expected. I'm okay. It's a little thing called acting. Maybe you've heard of it.
Goofy ass enemies think that a 60% reduction in my damage is gonna save them. True. Twister against Drill. I've never tried this. Let's see what happens. Oh. That's not bad. That is,
Got to, but I'm completely.
Loot Lemon. Twister. I'm checking to see what elements this thing can be. 'Cause now I'm interested. So it can be primary, any of them, but the combinations, it doesn't cover all combos, if I'm remembering correctly. One of my favorite combos is Laser Hand, Trickster's Ice Spike. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, Trickster's Ice Spike covering the, like, the large groups and going around corners and stuff. And Laser Hand for the big targets. I like it. Let me check both the spreadsheets as well. Okay, so we've got... Oh no, maybe it can be any combos. Not seeing excluders. Let me check the other spreadsheet to be sure. Okay, yeah, looks like any two. So we go Lightning Cryo, right? To benefit from Soaked. That'd be like max damage, but we'd probably want other combinations covered. Fire Lightning would be good body rune stuff. Cryo Dark's like decent neutral. Poison Cryo is also a decent neutral here. One Fire Shock, one Poison Frost. Hey Fitch, how you doing? Going Fire opens up Carouser for a superior double knot stat stick.
I feel magical.
How much range does this thing have? Not enough for that, right? Okay, no. So I'm thinking fire lightning. Because then we get the body rune standstill benefit. Carouser still win versus the others turn on shell casing. You can still have shell casing with Carouser if you just shoot right before you cast and you're close enough. So like you can you just need to interrupt the reload constantly.
Come on then. Wait for it.
I'll just take the death there. But you do raise a good point there, Urban Mech. If I was going to use Barbaload, then that would immediately turn off the shell casing. So non-shell casing, shell casing supposed to do Carouser, which does make me think of Sharksbane. Should give a large boost to Double Knot. Only rolls 2 passives though, but instead of that third passive, it gets the conditional bonus on crits. And getting that conditional would be good because I would most likely not be running Curse Wit, I would be running Body Rune. Although, Curse Wit promoting close range fits well with how the Twister delivers damage. But Body Rune has Spirit Rune, which would be better in the Maker fight. So Sharksbane's Carouser. But against the Maker, I'd be using the Shock Eidolon anyway. I don't know. There's no wrong answer here, but I'm thinking that shell casing is still the play. So, shell casing, Eidolon. That brings me back to Lightning Cryo as the preferred element for maximum soaked benefit. Mess around with it. You get more value out of full sending Double Knot or Blast Gasp. Depends. Depends on a lot. Depends on personal taste, depends on your spell. For example, a spell that hits a lot, it doesn't matter. A spell that hits once, it depends on your school of thought. Because Laser Hand can be directed at a weak spot and has its crit chance bypassing mechanics, Double Knot is very, very desirable on Laser Hand. Blast Gasp is equally good on any spell, but it's always 20. So Blast Gasp is technically also more desirable on very low crit chance spells, especially the ones that can't interact with weak spots. Shell casing with area, crit hit, crit damage. Again, maybe, yeah, some shell casings with area. Could be good here. A question I have, though, is how the Twister projectiles work. Are they limited to dealing 1 instance of damage to an enemy per projectile? So that would create some different thought processes. Hey Maniki, good to see you. How are you?
I almost don't want to kill the rest of you. Tell everyone how impressive I am. Oh, right, I will. Carry on. My spell's ready.
Banshee tried. Is there a viable build that can highlight both spell and gun damage? Well, technically what I'm doing right now is that, because Spell Shot's Double Knot skill is a bonus element applied to spells that gets gun damage formula, so you boost both. That's why these sniper crit bonuses are useful. That's why I have gun damage on my armor. That's why I have this, because those are things that apply to guns, and Double Knot counts enough as a gun. But that also means that Spell Shot as a whole can just kind of do both. I do have a polymorph build that is something of a hybrid. I can play that. I don't feel like doing Dragon Lord right now. I'll play that real quick, since it's relevant. Got my Gun Executioner Chaos 61, getting the build more refined and feeling kind of good about the build again. Let's go. Yeah, we got a Frozen Orb. It's not a very good Frozen Orb. Where's my good ones? Oh no, this is the wrong one. Hang on. Back it up. I was like, something about this is incorrect. It's this one. Too many saves. There we go. Spell charge, radius, extra projectile. Cool. This is a polymorph Chillmonger with Sever the Thread. Still mostly spellcasting, but I am shooting a gun enough that it can be included as a relevant source of damage.
Ready to cock. Bullets at the ready. Never stood a chance. That was sheer brilliance.
Bastard's a meme. Two quick questions. Can double knot crit? Yes. If yes, is he able to proc guys? No. Probably. No asterisk. I feel like that's been tested. Yeah, Stubble Knot can crit because it's cursed. That's why we have the gun crit stuff. Even in the setup that doesn't shoot.
Had you worried, didn't I? Come on, then.
Alright, some testing done. Like I said, it's probably already been tested. Just search in the Discord. I'm fairly certain that's already been tested. I just don't remember the result. That's correct? Cool. Thank you. Will Wastard feel bad after all his nerfs? When anyone think of the boss's feelings? There's still people out there saying Wastard is literally impossible. It's another instance of should never have been touched because it is a player perspective issue. Not something you can change with nerfs. Nerf Wastard, more specifically Shieldbird. Yes, Wastard has caught 5 different nerfs. They nerfed his damage once, his damage again, then they nerfed damage more, then they made it so his bird heals less, and they made it so he can't spam his bird. Let's go back to the stream. Is that Frozen Orb? Yes. Frozen Orb is incredibly good.
Oh, you really thought you were going to win, didn't you? I feel magical.
Might have been overdone. It still gets one shot, so whatever on damage, but it's not even relevant now. If you're getting one shot, it's because you've directly chosen not to have any survivability whatsoever, and are also choosing to get hit. Because the skulls are no longer capable of one-shotting you if you have even remotely decent survivability. Also, if you get hit by a skull, 100% of the time it was your fault. Like, his aim is so bad, it makes my aim look good. He can miss you while you're standing still. You can just do this. There's this, what you're seeing right now, and he can't hit you. Like, it is... It cannot be exaggerated how easy it is to avoid the skulls. Now, the Purple Nova, it's always been a case of either you LOS it or you range him. And even that doesn't one-shot you if you have any survivability in your spec. So once again, it's not a thing that they can stop with balance tuning. Anyone who's like, Wastard one-shots me, stop running around with 2000 HP. That's the answer. Like, I have 3,000 right now because I have directly just decided that Constitution is not something I'm going to bother with. Because I don't mind being down all the time with the Relentless Rage. It's an increase in my enrage uptime. It's fine. Also, it ends Polymorph early, which is sometimes beneficial. But, like, Constitution's your friend. If you max Constitution, Wastard can't one-shot you. I think my being one-shot isn't a skill issue. His problem is always just Bird. I think they killed it instead of nerfed it. I mean, the nerf to the Bird barely made any difference at all. It just shaved off a slight percentage. It was always an easy mechanic to deal with. I think you're downplaying your own improvement rather than the impact of that particular change. The big thing with the Bird is he can't spam them anymore, which I'm kind of neutral on as a change. They modified his AI so he can't follow summoning a bird with another bird unless you've really lost the plot on the DPS check. So, like, he can't just be like, hey, you just killed this bird that I just spawned 2 seconds ago, here's another one. He doesn't do that. He can follow you killing a bird with another bird if it took you 20 seconds to kill the first one, but not immediately. I mean, my build is just that much better? No, you are. It's not your build. It's you. It's you, the player. You got better at it. That's the big thing with a lot of bosses in this game. There's some boss things that, some assumptions that we had about bosses early on that as players played, got more experience, those perceptions changed. For example, we used to believe you couldn't melee, Banshee, and Drill. You can. You just gotta do certain things to do it. Survivability was perceived as an issue until people started pumping Constitution, and then gone. And of course they went on and nerfed enemy damage anyway because people refused to spec Constitution, but that's a whole separate can of worms. It's not your build. You got better. Give yourself the credit. Morning, Arctic Ninja. How you doing? It's Characterless Curse? Yeah, it's Rune's fault. This is a Rune save that I converted. Yeah, it's Rune's fault. So, this is what I was playing around with for cooldown purposes, but the obvious question is going to be, but Quag, Mosquito overpowered. Alright, let's put on this purple with 2 double knot instead of 3, and I'll do it again, and you'll see the build still works. Great, glad to hear. Banshee and Drill do hurt you if you melee? Yes, but that doesn't mean you can't melee them. Witnessed multiple times yesterday when I thought it was being one-shot. It's really just me standing in Chaos Water. It's just not moving, getting out of situation. Should have led me to me taking tremendous instances of damage. Yes. Enemy damage is not a problem in this game. It's... You need to choose to have survivability. And you need to have situational awareness. On a level that Borderlands games don't generally require. Like, it's the same as the Flak needs lifesteal argument. People who believe Flak needs lifesteal are people who have not learned how to survive without it. It's that simple. People who believe there's an enemy damage problem in Wonderlands have not spec'd into survivability, and have no desire to. But they want the benefits of the survivability. I barely survived. Oof. And yeah, to your point, Hawken, it is sometimes very hard to give yourself credit. So, I will allocate the credit onto you. Don't get shot or stand in the blast zone. I referenced my MMO days earlier, I'll do it again. The amount of times I've had a healer yell at someone saying, don't stand in stupid. It's a good lesson to learn. Most damage you take in most games is from standing in stupid. Yeah, Polymorph cast Frozen Orb is just so good against bosses. It just spawns there. There's no travel time. Remaking my gun build at the moment. Caught up on Blight or Burr for second class. Burr gives survivability and cryo damage. But damn, the damage on Blight's too good. I mean, Blight also gives survivability. It's just in your ward instead of your HP bar. But it also gives survivability. So there's no wrong answer there, Al. I will say Blight gives you significantly more single target damage. For most conventional guns. Through Geist in the Shell, which is an area where Spore is lacking, that being single target damage. How would you define true melee in Wonderlands? This. So like Lazy's Blender build, for example. One of the strongest builds in the game is true melee. It's from the shadows and Balkan stuff with Assault and Battery or a Banshee. That's the damage. When forced, other things come in, like Stab-O-Matic in Theodore, because you cannot hit the soul cells any other way in that build, for example. But that's true melee. Light also gives more frost damage than Burr. Light gives more of the frost damage stat than Burr. Any favorite fun weapons for Blight Contagion? Sword Explosion is insane for that. White Rider's good. I like Hooligans. ×3 Hooligan is a good time. Shadowfire. Melee weapon specifically? That's a different question. Question was asked earlier. I'll respond with the same answer. Echo Caustic Twin Soul.
Finally, that cooldown took ammo up.
Completed a brain movement, can use Plague Storm, distribute damage from Laser Hand, double knot to large groups of enemies, while also double and potentially triple dipping a truly unreasonable amount of formula. Why do that when you could just have more Laser Hands? It's like you're losing Ambi-Hex, you're losing all the benefits of Graveborn. Blight Tree is doing almost nothing for you. Because Laser Hand is fire. Enemies won't be living long enough for you to really be putting dots onto them. It seems like one of those things, like, if you're going to do that, it's just you massively overspec Spell Shot and just kind of have Plague Storm chilling. I just don't kind of... I don't see the point. But hey, fun, flavor, sure, why not?
Don't worry, I'm sure the next goon will have better luck than all the rest.
Oh, it was a waste of polymorph.
Well, yeah.
For the win? Yeah, Forb's a good time. Self-damage dots count towards at least 1 sack of the Blight skills? Yes, but you will die. I was trying to do self-damage stuff for Demon Blight and Amnesia and all that, and a level 5 Dynamo would still kill me, dot-wise, very quickly. I didn't try level 1, but, like, it's, you're not gonna, it's not gonna, you're just gonna die. Yeah.
Curse all you want. I'll bleed this out.
Thank you, Sever the Thread.
Bullets at the ready.
Level 5 was instantly killing you? Yeah, the dot from a level 5 Dynamo hitting me was instantly killing me. It's too much damage. That's good. Love Relentless Rage? Yeah. Random question, you have any gun, IRL from Borderlands, projectiles behave the same, except it's actually water gun shooting water. Reflux, because that goes through walls. This is the build I wanted a Cape of Tides for, by the way. I did that run with this purple. So I want a Cape of Tides with double knot and area damage, preferably. Figured I'd do one hit on the spell bunny first. Take a water gun grog nozzle so I can heal all the time. But it also makes you drunk off of water. So I feel like that could land you in hot water with certain religious groups. You'd be called a witch, just wouldn't be worth it. Plague Bearer sell it to municipalities for their fire department's profit. Fair enough. I think you're continuing to list pluses here. It's a matter of perspective. For my Skeet Prod build, should I go Spell Burst, Spell Blight, or Spell Spore? What do you want? Essentially, water grenades have 5 gallons of water under high pressure in the middle of the fire. Does more than 50 gallons sprayed from the outside. That's so cool. I didn't know that's a thing. That's really cool. Science is neat. Numbers might be made up. Buddies of firefighters talk about it. I'd have to do research. But that's cool.
That was sheer brilliant.
Oh. Poor planning. I was gonna try to death save, but I was like, I'll just kill the boss. That's fine. Think about Lich's Augur here. I'd obviously reroll it, but like, if I went unarmored defense, mage armor, Lich's Augur could be fun here. I think I might try that actually. And what I could try to do, outpace the damage from self dots, thinking static charge. Nope. Nope. I promise, no. Let me make a comparison that'll put this in perspective for you. Moe's self-damage Skagden dots. That's the problem.
Don't mess with the best. Never mind the try.
Chillmonger seems really fun for a polymorph. Yeah. I know Lazy and Stone Spawn both like some Chillmonger polymorph stuff. I'm kind of late to the party on it, but do like it. You could swap out Burr here for a lot of other things. Mostly taking advantage of Icebreaker, Old Ways, Cold Snap more than anything here. But like, obviously you could continue doing Deadshot. You could do Trap Scallion and do some weird stuff with like Xe Blade. Be funny at least. Clawbringer would be okay if you went to Awe. Spore doesn't really offer much other than Headhunter. Yeah. Must be really late. Never used Chillmonger. It's a good combo. Connection died. He started explaining why his static charge would work. Might do. Mind repeating a little bit. No issue if not. Yeah. It's the Moe's self-damage Skagden dot problem. Like that magnitude of damage. Like you're not gonna outpace it. You're just not. It's not gonna be a thing. It is the disparity between how tanky you can be and how much damage a dot from a Blightcaller does.
Let the magic begin.
Oh, I'm unintelligent. Damn it, Frorb. Frorb. Why didn't you hit that? It's snowballing. Circumstances are spiraling.
Ta-da! Thank you! Thank you!
Hey Dex, thanks for gifting 2 subs out. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lunchtime, I've got steak. Good day, good day. Head out and chill, I'm munching later. Take it easy, Rory. So you enjoy your food. Steak sounds good. Focus on some work to Friday, I've been lurking. I appreciate it.
Well, well, well! More bad guys!
Just
I'm
the girl
fighting the
and
badass.
he's on fire.
Another one's my
You
old
look
friend.
like
Not done yet. Healing juice.
just the girl and he's on fire. You look like
Wait for it. Magic time.
Bye. This is with a purple. We don't have, like, the best double knot stat stick, because we're just using a Spriggan. Which only ticks 2 of the 4 boxes that an Eidolon does, and one of those boxes it doesn't tick quite as well either. But, like, we deleted Solissa like that. Just this purple. Not even 6 double knot. Like, this could also be better. Spell charge isn't exactly synergistic with polymorph. Like, we could have spell damage there, we could have crit chance, we could have another radius part. I'd go for Bitsy later. Thanks for hanging out, Snowspawn. So do I want to try out some radius rings? I think I'm gonna try out some radius rings. All the melee enemies in Wonderland still have to see a block and parry option for melee weapons. I think that kind of removes the, one of very few weaknesses of melee. Because, like, while that would also have a downside if you're not dealing damage while you're blocking damage, the risk of melee is that you're taking a lot of damage at close range. And melee is already the best form of, like, efficient play in this game. Melee is peak. Like, this is a game where gun builds are, like, 4th place for build archetype overall. It's melee, then it's dots, then it's spells, then it's guns. I just love bonk and stuff. I always want more bonk. Oh, totally agree. Totally agree. Most of my playtime in this game is just melee builds. That's a brutal stampede. Ability damage, area damage, HP regen. Oof. Oof. That's a really good amnesia for dire sack. Stab burst, peak bonking. The hits are just so satisfying too. Love the feel. Yeah, the feel, the sound design, the power. Wonderland's melee is crazy. Trying out different shotguns other than usual sword explosions and crossblades on Berlin's Razor ×2. We get all the listed damage of the beams hit an enemy outwards, then all the damage again when the beams come back. Yes. Merlin's Razor managed to feel pretty underwhelming in my testing, and this was at Chaos 50, so, like, it would have only gotten worse. But, I welcome a fact check there. Status damage part on Twister's such a waste. Sad. Okay, so I want radius. Let's go with that one. Change that up. For science. Some funny stuff on Gelatinous Cube start again. Was the spell area on the spell or spell area somewhere else? Yes. Both. Both. Let's try this out. Make a pirate build. Should I go Tidebreaker for my spell? I can't think of anything more piratey. I mean, how is Tidebreaker piratey at all? I don't know how you would do a pirate build. I mean, I guess Pegleg? Pegleg's piratey. There's a quest reward blue AR called the 8-piece. I guess that's piratey. I can't think of a lot of piratey stuff. It's a wave? Yeah, how are waves piratey? Like, would that not be a shark build or something? Cannonballer? Yeah, Cannonballer could work. Anchor. Anchor is an option. Scalawag is, you know, at least in name, relevant. Let's reroll this Lich's Auger. Go and test this out. What do I want here? I guess Desperate would be ideal. This event is nice. The capped reroll cost. Because rerolling is still pain. Skepticism seems misplaced in the face of the many pirate-themed options you just listed. You know, I'll acknowledge I was not thinking of the scope of the pirate options. Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll admit defeat. That's a defeat. I do want mage armor. Try that. Barrel Maker. What is it? Full of grog? Is that what we're going with? Try that.
Now that
So,
is a look.
decent bit more tank. The idea is that hopefully I'll still take enough damage.
Adorable. Next time, learn to pick an easier mark. Someone else is gonna kill that thing, right? Load it up. Feel magical.
Reading the feet on the internet, unheard of. I'm gonna end up on wiki feet now. I've been caught. I've been had. Ow.
over here.
Redmorn, please land. Why are you like this? By the way, Barbalode Frozen Orb is hilarious. I just don't want to resort to it yet. This Frozen Orb by itself is pretty good if you can actually hit.
I'm ready. Never runs dry.
Having trouble with that actually hitting, but there we go. Play sub without build any background besides thick. I mean, Village Idiot. Village Idiot would be one of the worst for that build. One of the rare exceptions to that. Rogue Alchemist or Barnacle Scrapper. I'd go with one of those, yeah. Keep in mind that strength is not very impactful on the performance of a dot build, because Spirit Swarm cannot crit at all, so it will never benefit from strength directly. Indirectly it can, but and dots just have a low base crit chance in general. So like you're not critting often enough to care about strength. Village Idiot sacrifices your spell cooldowns and your status damage for more crit damage. Basically, you just want a status damage background. Raised by elves. I don't remember offhand what that gives. I don't remember offhand what half these backgrounds give. I need a spreadsheet for that. So I'm definitely dealing less damage by doing this Lich's Augur, but it's fun.
Embarrassing yourself. Back in business.
Feel like, but it's fun is the most important part. Yeah. Counter dead. Stop being out of range.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you enjoying not being the harmless softball? No. Wait. Come back. I was almost done killing you. Ready to cast. And that's how it's done. Found some of the red stuff. I am invincible. Come on then.
I did also lose damage by going for that radius. Maybe I go back to this.
Life's purpose.
See how that plays out.
It's almost feels bad killing it now.
No cavities, gums looking healthy. Let's go. I'm certain I cannot say the same, but I will live vicariously. Hey, Scrunt. Thank you for the Prime and the 18 months. I appreciate it. Something nice like a Fairy idea to end with Pixies and Hydras. More of a Hydra guy myself. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
Get your something nice, like a Fairy Ori deodorant with Pixies.
Fairy Ori. Oh, I have to say it like that now. I have to say it like that. Fairy Ori. That's my favorite thing. There are many things, but that is my favorite one. Fairy Ori. Vicariously, it carries his Durham Tooth Decay. Really? That's funny. Accidental Giga Brain joke. Fairy Oreo. Now I'm picturing like a very pink Oreo with wings. Yeah, the shark spin is just way better here. Okay, now we know. I want to respec back because now I'm using Curse Foot again. Nah. Stick to my guns on Lich's Auger. Just try to roll for a better enchant. Spell charge, extra projectile, Wicked Gossip. Stop it. I'm not using Wicked Gossip today. You stop that right now. Barrel Maker with crit chance radius spell damage. That's decent. Barrel Maker's pretty good. It's just a little bit awkward. It's not my personal taste, but it's good. Impaling Ice Spike might be okay on Polymorph, because the spikes come from, like, where the enemies are. Let's science it. We're on a Polymorph setup, we may as well. Fairy Ori. I don't know why that made my day. It's just too funny. I'm trying not to smile at it. I do not know what is wrong with me. My final brain cell really just likes that. It's the last one. It's hanging on by a thread. I don't know why it likes what it likes, but it does. See how that feels consistency-wise, I guess? I'll keep rolling. I'll keep rolling. I want the spell shot specific enchant, the one that's gun damage and fire rate. That's what I'd like to end up on.
You go on ahead. I'll swing.
Alright, let's see how an Impaling Ice Spike does.
Winter's blade.
Yeah, it just pops up at the enemies. You have to be very precise with it. Because when they corrected the hitbox issue that was causing it to hit a single enemy multiple times, they also made the actual hitbox smaller than, like, the projectile.
Never run dry. Oh, don't run from some crap, you shit.
Ribulus, stop it. You're being rude. I don't like either of these options. You know what would fix it, though? A little bit of Fairy Ori. Oh. Excuse me, I'm looking right at you. Why did you not get... I spiked. So, it is decidedly lackluster on bosses. I guess that's the, biggest drawback. Yeah, that's, we're gonna go ahead and file that under not it. Fair Iori. Meanwhile, Frorb is good.
Look out! Never mind. Too late. Found some of the red stuff.
Fairy or Re. This man's spitting. I prefer Psychic type personally. Based. We're trying a non-blind boss. Yeah. I'll try it on something that I can aim for a crit spot on and see what happens. And also ground-based.
Got an easy mark over here. Not done yet.
Yeah, actually, health adaptive. That is a perfect trick mirror if you're doing Deathless. You can get double adaptive, but I like health for a slight consistency thing.
That's it. You're going in. Time out.
That was satisfying. That was very satisfying.
Let the magic begin.
Yeah, polymorph, which will spit out it'll spit out 3 Frorbs. Because this. And then I Frorb, which makes another 3. Then I can sever the thread, and then make another 3. And those 2 casts shaved off 40% of my polymorph's downtime. It's like having even more charges on the Frorb would give me much better polymorph usage. Which could be better in bossing. It would give me more mileage out of Sever the Thread. But giving up the radius parts, I don't know if I want to do that. But like, a 3 charge Frorb with that tech basically means no polymorph cooldown in bossing ever. Which is highly tempting. Oh, perfect. The chance. I can try the Impaling Ice Spike again. Too many spells. There you are. Wait, no, that's not the right one. There it is. I mean, to some degree it's hitbox issue, but even when it's hitting, when it decides to, it's not exceptional. Yeah, not it. Glacial Cascade might be better, but I doubt that. Have mostly the same problems, to be honest. Ability damage crit chance on a Spore Stabo Brutal Stampede with area damage, gun damage. I was doing like Mist Dancer with Shrikes. This would be pretty good. Heaven. Hey Charlotte, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're well. Kevin, what are you doing? He's just a Kevin and he's on Kevin. There you go, Kevin. Shame Barrelmaker's dot is kind of terrible. Oh yeah, Twister with Spell Charge. Fire Lightning. I almost said it's only Primordial, but like, I should stop being a brat. That's worth taking. Now the real question is, do I have a bank slot to put that away for use? Memory leak, Lacosius. That's what that is. Grinding chaos levels? No, I'm at chaos 100. I'm build testing. Generally speaking, when I play games, I play to play. I don't play to grind, I play to play. The exception to that is when I'm grinding out speedrun times, but since I'm not speedrunning, yeah, I'm just playing to play. At Chaos 100, testing out a bunch of different spells, fine-tuning builds. Ooh, I could try a Reviver here, but Stones one tested didn't have great results. Disappointing. Yeah, let's see if I have room for that spell, which I already forgot what I picked up. Fair grinding speedruns is basically grinding playing. You're not wrong, Hawken. You are not wrong. Do have room. Wonderful. Let's go back to the Ambi Hex build. What is ham? I don't know why I named that ham. Gonna play BO3 by end of this month. Excited? Nice. BO3 is always a good time. Watch you play Wonderlands just makes me want to play more Wonderlands. Fucking love this game. It's so good. Like, there's always different stuff you can test out. And different playstyles. Like, there's always something to do as a builder in this game. That is where the longevity in this game is, if you are not about grinding out perfect gear. It's in the build variety, which is one of the things that kept me interested in BL3 for so long. So it scratches that itch for me. A lot of people ask how I can still find new things to do in this game. It's because the build crafting is like bonkers with the amount of options you have. I got 2 Fire Lightning Twisters. Each has a bonus spell charge, which is pretty good news. Do I have a Fire Barbaload here? I do. Beautiful. So I won't be able to do Shell Casing if I go Carouser, but I could go Thumb Cuffs and see what happens. Is that worth? I don't think that's worth. Because we're only getting, by doing Carouser over Eidolon, we're only getting 5% in one category. Whereas going from Shellcase into Thumb Cuffs, we're losing some spell damage and crit in 2 categories. Although that one category going from 5 to 10, that's a fresh mult, 5%. So is losing like 2% overall in 2 categories worth gaining 5? Like, barely. I'll stick with Eidolon. It's more consistent. Real funny. My cats, you know, tend to like me. They're good boys. Right, Kevin? They're good boys. How you doing? Love the kitties? We do. This one used to be very antisocial, and after a couple of years, he was like, "Oh, I like it here." Okay, I'll take that. Spellcast ability. For chance. Get more gun damage here. I'll leave that as is. First way, yay or nay? Go with yay. Alright, let's see how Double Twister performs. These are primordials rather than ascendeds, but multiple charges I'll be able to spam more. And fire on flesh is more generally favorable. First thing I do when I play the builder is farm the Krakatoa, because reasons. I don't know what reasons those might be. But hey, do what you enjoy. There's lots to do. Try Spectral Talons at homes. Yeah, it's just got bad crit stats, and a pretty mediocre cooldown. Parasite, you're upside down. Parasite, are you okay? We broke him. Him as a toe at it. That would explain it. That would explain it. Parasite was just being a fun guy. The ragdolling is a nice bonus of this. Twister's a good damage dealer. Trying to think, is every single spell that they've buffed in that balance pass they did DLC 3 patch, are they all good now? You know what? We're going to the site. Hang on. This one? Trying to find the notes from that update. it this one? Not this one. This one. This one? Ah, it's this one. I found it. I found it. So, June 23rd. The day they added Chaos 50 was when they did all of these spell changes. Look at that. That's a lot of balancing. And Barrel Maker got really good when that happened. Like I said earlier, Barrel Maker is good. Not my personal flavor, but it's good. Dazzler is really good if you get double knock consistency on it. It's one of the fastest maker killing methods. Frorb, Frorb. Cube is good. It's still funny. It's called Sphere. It's called Sphere in the game files too, but Cube is good. Glacial Cascade, like this helped keep it relevant. It's not bad. It's just middling. Laser Hand, of course. Reviver, I still need to do personal testing with that, but Saw Blade's good. Time Skip, built around can make it good. Inflammation, of course. Twister, 10% buff made Twister into the monster it is right now. And Thread's buff was very impactful too. Reviver Chunk is just underwhelming versus Maker. Please do test. Okay. I'll try it out. What parts do you think we're going to want on it? It's like, the cooldown on it really makes me think Sever the Thread. Do I try it on that polymorph setup? Yeah, I'm thinking extra projectile. Check the spreadsheet. So I can get extra projectile, crit chance, or extra projectile, spell damage, extra projectile, crit chance, spell damage. What's the base crit on Reviver? Oops. I could have played that better. Come here. It's fine. It's calculated.
To me, you're just loose waiting to be dropped. Supposed to be a warning shot.
Even without a wand, my move is still deadlier than a blood wand.
I wonder about the tick rate for Twister.
You haven't seen
Like what the interval for damage being dealt is. I don't think Twister has the range to hit Bernadette consistently. But if she gets close enough...
They've had to reread this every time.
Hurry already so I can do my thing.
think she survived one, actually. Not enough of the ticks hit. Yeah, I need to double cast on her. Do it against Dragon Lord, though. This feels nice. Heaven. Stop licking your butt. Actually, I shouldn't tell him that. He's not great at cleaning it. And keep practicing.
It's like a dairy mama.
Back in business.
I get why Twister feels good. It's like you're controlling areas with it. Like, you just send it out, and it clears a path. Also, crowd controls anything it doesn't kill that can be moved, which is very advantageous. Guess I'll take a hit. His staff blocked the first one.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassment. You're welcome. My spell's ready.
Yeah, that's Wit doing a lot of the work, but let's do a run with Body Run. Sniper rifle buffing your spells? Yes. So, spell shots, double knot, which we have 3 points in from armor. This is a bonus element that counts as gun damage. Now, most bonus elements don't have damage sources. Double knot is very unique, and because of that, it's a bonus element that gets its own formula. Which I believe Buffmeister is the only other one that has that, like, a full formula rather than bonus element formula. So what this means is because the bonus element is gun damage, it benefits from gun crit stuff. So the sniper rifle crit is helping our double knot when it crits. And the crit stats on the gun we're holding affect anything we do that's gun damage while we're holding it. So this Eidolon has 33% crit. Hey Oni, how you doing? And then all Hyperius weapons have a 5% crit multiplier in a separate category, so we get that too. Then all sniper rifles have a 10% mult in a separate category. We're also getting that. And then all crossbolt barrel weapons have another 10% crit mult. So we have 33 times 5 times 10 times 10 times whatever we have in our other crit categories. Sniper rifles are 20. Snipers are 20. Thank you. Snipers are 20. Hyperius is 5. Black powder would be 10. Crossbow barrel is 10. So you get a lot by having an Eidolon. Eidolon is the maximum for all of those bonuses except for fire, where a carouser, by being black powder, has a slightly higher total because black powder has a 10% bonus and Hyperius is 5. But carouser only comes in fire, and carouser can't easily take advantage of the shell casing ring. We can more easily keep an Eidolon at low ammo. So yeah, the weapon you're holding in a double knot build matters a lot. If you're doing a caster build without double knot, it barely matters at all. But with Double Knot, your weapon of choice. Very impactful. Great bow. Bad cooldown. I was wondering what was wrong with this. Something was like, bad cooldown. More spells. This only matters when Double Knot itself crits, which you can force by casting weak points. Yeah, Double Knot will crit if the spell that triggered it hit a weak point. Now, you can get a spell without Double Knot, but you can't get Double Knot without a spell crit. So you need the spell crit. And most spells, fortunately, you can force a crit by hitting a weak point, which will also force the Double Knot crit. That's why it's beneficial to, even with a laser hand, which always crits, to still go for the weak spots, because you can make Double Knot crit consistently by doing that, instead of it having to go through your gun crit chance, which it would do on a body shot. Did some testing yesterday. I think it made me more confused. Chillmonger now. I'm back to Deadshot now. Chillmonger's a good option. Like, Deadshot being what it is does not mean that Chillmonger can't also be good. I played a Chillmonger build a little bit. Hey, that's an Ascended Twister. Status damage parts, though. I played a Chillmonger build for a good chunk of this stream. I might circle around to it if I get a second wind energy-wise. But it can still be good. You don't need to overthink it. This, the way class balancing works in this game is there's not a wrong answer. There is often a more correct answer, but there's rarely a wrong one. Shooting Ice Spike hits for like 4 million consistently, and some random Ice Spike hits for 15 million. I have no idea why. Because testing damage is not as simple as do thing, look at damage number. It is way more complicated. There are way more variables in play. And if you're doing that test while you have a skill tree, then that's you need to account for every random thing. So like, such as, are you getting Double Knot? If you're getting Double Knot, is that Double Knot critting? Are you getting Blast Gasp? How many stacks of Ascension do you have? How many stacks of Spell Weaving do you have? All of that. All that kind of stuff. With Chillmonger, I remember you saying you're doing Trickster's Ice Spikes. So, the old ways is a damage bonus that is in the conditional category, giving it a lot of value, but it checks your distance to the enemy. So, if you're hitting an enemy that's close to you with the initial Trickster's Ice Spike, then that one's going to get more of the damage bonus than the one in the other room, which is far away from you. So that could be something factoring into your damage calculations. Old Ways an Icebreaker, 6 out of 3 an Icebreaker. Icebreaker is a fresh multiplier, damage formula-wise. So if you have 6 an Icebreaker, that's what, 60% fully frozen? It's 10% per point, right? So if an enemy is fully frozen, 60%, but it's a progressive bonus up to that point. And Icebreaker is on its own in the formula, so it is a fresh mult. If you would deal, 100 damage after all other calculations, Icebreaker is like, hey, 160. It's that good. So it could just be you have inconsistent cryo progression on different enemies based on what else you've hit them with. Also Soaked. Yeah, Double Knot. There's a lot of variation there. Soaked is another multiplier. It's 50%. So, like, the difference between you getting a spell with no Double Knot versus a spell that crit, got a Double Knot that also crit, both of those are getting Icebreaker. Let's say the enemy's frozen. Full Icebreaker. And it's Soaked. Like, that's an astronomical damage difference with no actual input difference from you. One of the many reasons Deadshot is seen as, like, the ideal for casting builds is it is just ultimately the only inconsistency, provided you are aiming for crit spots to ensure Double Knot triggers and crits. The only inconsistency is whether or not you get Blast Gasp, and Double Knot provides so much damage that you don't really need to care about that. Blast Gasp is just free damage when it happens. But assuming you can force consistency on a Chillmonger, it can also be good, because, you know, Old Ways isn't random. You get close, you have the bonus. Icebreaker, once you know how to progress towards Cryo well enough, or once you have enough points in Cold Snap to just force some extra efficiency, it just does well. You can capitalize well on Icebreaker in particular in a lot of builds that have room for an Empowering Sigil. In a Spellcaster build, you're unlikely to have that, but it's worth mentioning because Icebreaker's good. It's very good. It's just very difficult to tell exactly how much Icebreaker bonus you have, because you can't see it. I'm reading your message, Moogirl, and it's just giving me more questions. Like, I got another question for each line there, so I'm just gonna sidestep. This is me just sidestepping that one. I know I've been staring at these items for a while, but I'm thinking. It's a good backdrop as I do that. So Ascended Reviver with 2 spell damage parts, almost 5,700 base. Base is 7% crit chance. With extra projectile, could probably justify not going extra crit chance. That means extra projectile, spell damage, spell damage. 21.6 cooldown means, yeah, we're depending on Sever the Thread for that. If I'm depending on Sever the Thread, I may as well go Spell Charge. So extra projectile, spell charge, spell damage. You're looking at roundabouts 9k total card damage. Well, good morning, Luke. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Fine, just needs a solid poop. I don't. I'm lost. I don't. I'm lost. Stop giving me spellcast ability. Just ended up back with that one again. Accomplished nothing but downgrading my weapon there. Beautiful. Wonderful. I'm good at video games.
Good luck. No shame in losing to the best. Finally, that cooled down. Hey.
Twister is so fun. This is really good area control. These are just a couple of primordial twisters I've picked up over the last couple days. Like, the status chance part does nothing. And, wait, are these the same parts, just in different orders? No, this one has cooldown instead of radius. Okay. Yeah, these both have just a dead slot in terms of parts. And they're primordial instead of ascended, so they could be better. Twister has a really good base crit chance. That is definitely a mark in its favor. Look at Twister again in the spreadsheet. What else can this thing roll? And get 2 extra charges. It can roll extra projectile, which, like... What is the practical advantage of going from 16 to 17 here? It's the same thing as Curse of Malice. I just don't see that ever being really desirable. Compared to other things. You are very lost for in Wonderlands. You should be playing Dragon Age. I'm gonna continue the Dragon Age stuff. Just October was very active. I had health stuff going on. I had ISP stuff going on. I had some streaming obligations. I had the new Tales sponsored stream, and then I had the charity event we did yesterday. Which, once again, very proud of you guys. Alright, I gotta stand still for this. This is the body room. There we go. Alright, does a lot of damage. You tried it against Drill yet? Yeah, we've gotten Drill a couple times. It's pretty good there. I didn't have much radius when we got him, so I'm hoping that he pops up again. So I can try with radius. Some played New Tales yet, don't feel like yet, maybe this winter? Yeah, you can always wait for it to go on sale or something, or watch a playthrough. I haven't finished yet. I do plan on finishing that on stream. I've only played the first 2.5 episodes. Yeah, if you have an open crit spot, Twister's a monster. The biggest lesson I've learned from all this spell testing we've done as of late is that crit spot access is a huge deal. It's fine. Might be controversial if they get rid of dark magic efficiency and make efficiency global, like for Frost, all that. They clear exactly how it works. Exactly how dark magic works, right there. Now, I like that dark magic efficiency is a thing because, unlike lifesteal, you need to invest if you want it to be a primary source of survivability. You also need to know what it applies best to. Which they could be a little more forthcoming about, and there are some aspects of dark magic that could stand to be reworked slightly, particularly the spells and melee section. And 5 efficiency, 9 to 5 efficiency, still can't tell the difference. Yeah, that write-up will tell you exactly why that is. It'll tell you exactly why that is.
Can't we work this out so we all walk away? Preferably with me, away rich.
Played The Wolf Among Us multiple times, got the same ending. I'm proud of you, Mugro. Never change.
We're having a grand time, aren't we?
Why does Twister give me, Sparkplug vibes? Like, I guess it's the fire and forget nature. Alright, we're gonna start calling it Twist Plug. You guys okay with calling this, this item I'm using a Twist Plug? A tug, for short. Just so satisfying. Okay, I'm gonna go through that again, but like actually using the appropriate double knot element. Because that parasite fight would have been faster if I'd used shock and then cryo and then fire. Tis why we have multiple slots. I should really take advantage. Crit damage spell charge. Ooh. Ooh, with a good enchant out of the box. What do I not need? Don't need that crit chance one. What elements is this? Poison cryo. Okay. Okay. A little bit chaotic with my elements right now. But it's fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Whatever you take away from this, just keep in mind that it's fine. Alright, what are we thinking for tomorrow's stream, chat? Continue Dragon Age finally? Or do I continue to fall down the rabbit hole of BL3 speedrunning? What are we thinking? I'll probably do Wonderlands again on Thursday. Try out whatever new event featured whatever. Well, that's a Stampede with the correct class combo. It tried. That's funny to look at. Heard you like mushroom. I really gotta change out this Eidolon to something other than that. Because, like, this enchant is really good for laser hand. But I'm not doing that. I'm doing stuff that's a lot of hits. It doesn't quite mesh. Excite my stream. I don't know what that is. Rip rerolls. Oh yeah, refilled because it was a different gun, technically. Just wondering why I had ammo again. Old NES motocross game. Ah. Oh no, he got away. Pigward, it was a prank. It was a prank! Wasn't a prank, fuck you.
It's your funeral.
Honestly, I think everyone would tune in for a 6-hour Imelda stream. Pay me. Pay me lots of money and I'll do that. That's how much I hate Imelda.
Wait for it.
Big chunk. Pay you in 1 crisp high five. Did you do it? Okay. No. I'm still not gonna do it. But I appreciate the high five. That made me feel nice inside. That's fair.
I think that's quite enough out of you. Got an easy marker here.
Oh, hi, Frizzicles. I was thinking of you when I put on this poison twister.
Magical.
Beautiful. Think about buying the new COD, haven't sniped in years, and slowly losing desire to play Wonderlands. Play what you enjoy. I have zero interest in the new Call of Duty personally, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. All gaming, good gaming? Yeah, video games are for fun. Have fun. There's never a need to force yourself to play something you don't want to.
All magicked out, I'm afraid.
Why didn't that hit him? There we go. Played a lot of Hide and Fall too. That game's essentially dead, so yeah. Didn't they have to take down the servers a while back for a vulnerability? Did they ever come back up?
Hope you finished your bucket list.
So Twister does not match up to Frorb. At least the Twisters I have don't match up to Frorb.
Oh, it's a party now.
These are funny against Cyclops, though. Primordial melee with 50% melee crit chance, melee go burr. Let's go, Craft Knight. Melee do go burr. Melee also go stab. And even claw. So on the marketplace, literally unplayable. Like, in response to my question, are the servers just not on? The game been tormenting servers for almost 2 years now. But you're not answering the question. Do they technically function? Like, do they exist to connect to and get into a game? Is my whole question. They function? Okay, so, like, them not taking care of it properly is a whole different thing than game literally doesn't work. No, you're exaggerating and you know it. Just trying to get a straight answer about that the whole time. Yeah, I heard about the troubles that the game is having, and I think Respawn absolutely could and should handle that better. But they're more focused on their Call of Duty related stuff and their weird other games that they're making that no one's gonna buy. Because no one wants anything from Respawn except for Titanfall and Call of Duty. But they don't know that, which is why they're not paying enough attention to Titanfall. I include Apex in the Titanfall IP, which is another example of why they should lean more into supporting Titanfall 2. It's like, it's not common that a game that old gets this much staying power in the modern gaming industry, you know? Most games tend to come out, people talk about them for 2 years, 3 years, fizzle. That's it. Amazing FPS, the best if you ask me. I don't know if I'd call it the best, but I really do admire the creativity that goes into Titanfall. How in a time where a lot of different studios were experimenting with expanding movement with things like wall running and stuff, Titanfall did it in a way that still felt good and interesting and, you know, thoughtful. Whereas I absolutely hated every Call of Duty that had the wall running stuff. The gameplay was garbage. Call of Duty should stick to boots on the ground. Titanfall, different beasts. Game's essentially dead. Thermal, people saying dead game all the time, no one who says that term means the same thing, and most of the people who say it have no idea what they're talking about. It is imprecise language, and once again, I had to ask you 3 times to get an answer because dead game doesn't convey the answer. Let's retire that terminology. A funny thing I saw on Twitter a while ago was a games writer, I won't name them so they don't get heat for this, accurately pointed out what that kind of person in a library would be like. They would get a book, open it to the last page, read that page, put it away, and say dead book loudly for everyone to hear until people gave them attention. That's what dead game is. We can retire that terminology. We don't need to use that. Troubled game applies, you know, specifying server issues, but just saying dead game does not convey any information. I had to ask you 3 times to get information. It's EA that would rather let a game be unplayable and die if it doesn't make money. I maintain that EA's industry standard and people should be more upset about that. Watch is only the end of all movies, it says dead movie. Yeah, like how does that work? What determines dead game? You as an individual no longer having interest in it? Like, this whole concept of a dead game never makes sense to me. You can say that content creation for a game is pretty sparse. You can maybe be dead in that area. But like, I could wait for the hunt to be over and look at the hours of the day where Borderlands 2 has 12 viewers and be like, dead game. But obviously, that's not the case, right? Just a weird term. That is a wicked gossip. God of War Ragnarok, dead game, no numbers on Twitch. 9.7 cooldown base. It's not really worth over 10.8 with a higher crit chance. But still cool. Which means games no longer get supported or servers are shut down. Yeah, like actually completely inaccessible games. Like there's games you cannot play. Or get. Games that are canceled before they're released are dead games. It's more precise language. Dead game, a term that can easily upset Quag. There to find dead game. It's just... It's not so much that it upsets me, it's just that it's another thing thrown around by a subculture. Like, unfortunately, as someone who plays video games on the internet for a living, I'm in the same box as these complete fucking children who just run around saying dead game and stuff. Like a couple times, in friends chats, they've just been, friends of mine who stream, they've just been enjoying a game, and then someone will come in unprompted and just start shitting on the game because they don't personally like it. It's like, how about you just let people enjoy shit? But no, the culture doesn't dictate that you do that. And it stems from this constant need to compare things, call things dead, punch downwards. I'm gonna fix the servers, take them offline, remove from the marketplace. People on the Reddit who are level 5 curious why they can't play. I mean, would that make sense to you? From a I want money perspective? Especially because it is not they don't work, it's they're inconsistent. So, like, think about it, Thermal. You gotta really think for this one. They would never ever do that, nor does it make sense to do that. I want them to fix it. But, like, they would never ever do what you're suggesting. No one would. And even if they did, it wouldn't even rehabilitate the image. You guys might remember with Cyberpunk, they completely took it off the Sony storefront for both PS4 and PS5 because of the quality of the PS4 version. For a long time, you couldn't buy it on PlayStation hardware. At least not digitally. But, like, that didn't help them. It just didn't. That's a good cube. Spell damage doesn't help the dot, though. Different kind of game, Irish, in fairness. Tales and New Tales are they're story experiences. They're not gameplay-based games. But additionally, I'm glad you brought this up, actually. This is another good discussion topic. People like comparing Steam player bases to present the game they like better as more alive than another one. But, like, there's a few flaws with that. A, different games have exclusivity deals, so people will be more likely to have the game on different platforms. For example, way more people who are willing to play the game now, still, are playing on Epic than on Steam. For example, I am playing Wonderlands right now, Epic Game Store. I have the Steam version, but I don't have it installed because I already had it on the Epic version. And I had no reason to switch. It's the same thing. And from March to June, if you wanted to play the game on PC, Epic was your only option, not Steam. So that's one thing to factor in. Another thing, Steam player numbers do not include consoles, of which there are many. PS4, Xbox Series X, PS5, Xbox Series S. Some games have had Stadia releases. Some games are on Switch. A lot of people get Borderlands Wonderlands for consoles because split screen. Yeah. Like, this idea that Steam metrics actually mean much at all. They don't. The kind of behavior too is the behaviors why I stopped playing Borderlands on stream for a while and got tired of people that get in chat. Oh yeah, everyone remembers this past summer when let's say I made some friends by calling out a certain kind of behavior directly. I don't regret a second of it. And it weeded out a lot of people who I'm glad to no longer associate with in any capacity. Because I got sick of that shit too, Hawken.
Have some fun.
I got real sick of that shit.
Enter the chaos.
Like, that kind of behavior gets to a point where you have random people who are looking to share their enjoyment of a game with other people, and they feel guilty for enjoying a video game. Think about how fucked up that is. Like, imagine feeling guilty for liking a game. There was a solid month where basically every stream I'd have a first-time chatter come in and be like, wait, so I'm not the only one who likes this game? Yeah, you're not. Lots of people do. It's just the culture of hating on stuff and trying to bully other people into appeasing your viewpoint got way out of hand this summer in particular.
Can't believe I have to reread the spell book every time.
It's just frustrating. At the end of the day, you just want to chill and, like, play a video game because it's fun and you like it. And maybe chat with some people who want to watch you play it. But there's a very large chunk of internet gaming culture that if they do not personally like something, nobody is allowed to enjoy it. And it's an objective failure. Or people who play Bloodborne on PS compared to PC, for example. True. True. Technically. Any spell with the setup, i.e. Wicked Gossip? Yes, Wicked Gossip is completely bonkers. I will change nothing else about what I'm doing and just slap on Wicked Gossip. You can see. It does that. So yeah, you can. If it's a good spell, it'll work on this. I missed it? Oh, we one-shot Zon Boss. Well, technically 6 spell projectiles, so it could have been more than one, but we did this and Zon Boss died. Go back and clip it if you need to. Hey Foster, how you doing? Spread love. We're just in the middle of that, actually. Been super busy all morning. Any surprise with spells today? I had expectations for Impaling Ice Spikes New Mex event. They didn't really live up to the expectations, sadly. Twister has been very good today. I've enjoyed Twister. A lot of the time today has been doing some twistering.
This is nothing. Hardly a scratch. But if anyone happened. Whoa.
I'm talking to a couple friends earlier about how people take video games way too seriously rather than what they're created for fun. Yeah. I've been enjoying your spell ventures lately. I really have been. It's been a good time. Let's bully Wastard, because we can. Smoking that Wastard pack. Hit me. See, he misses you while you're standing still. Like, I didn't make it up. He struggles to hit you when you were standing still. Oh. We killed him before he could go immune. There's a frozen orb on someone's head. Excuse me, numbers check. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Also, I'm wearing the wrong amulet. My bad. I was missing some damage. That's my bad. I'll do better next time. Numbers more than 2, I think. Probably. Might even be 3. Wonderlands receive new games in the future, Wonderlands 2, etc. Multiple times, the publisher, 2K, has explicitly said that Wonderlands outdid what they expected, and that it is going to have more things in its IP. It will be its own franchise, as they did it as its own IP for the one-off for this game, and then they're like, oh, it did so well, yeah, more Wonderlands stuff coming. They haven't said what it is. It could be anything from more games to, you know, they have a Wonderlands tabletop game. Bunkers and Badasses is a tabletop game. They could do a show or something, but we know that Wonderlands as a franchise is getting more stuff. Any news on more DLC? I would say temper your expectations a lot if you're expecting news for that. Based on how you phrased that question. We've not heard anything. We don't know anything about the future of anything Wonderlands except that we will get more things in the IP. That's it. That's all we know. Give me Wonderlands 2 with Bill Hader and Tina Fey. Take all of my money right now. Never heard that voice line before. That's great. Orb, just go like a little farther forward, please. Please. Redmorn hitboxes be like. My life's a joke. You really had to just do that. A chance to show skill tree and gear. I want to replicate the setup, mess with stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Thoughts on Tina being a playable character in BL4? I hope not. I think that'd be not only creatively bankrupt, but also just a bad choice. Think about it. When have we gotten the most character development for characters we've had as playable Vault Hunters? It is never while we're in control of them. Ever. Compare Gage, Salvador, Axton, Maya, all of them in BL2. Compare them to their appearances in BL3. How much actual depth is added. Look at BL1. Everyone forgot that Roland was just a cackling psychopath in that game because they gave him a personality in the next one because he wasn't playable. Like, I guarantee most players do not remember what BL1 Roland was like. At all. So, like, if you undercut that by making a previously known character, like a directly we've seen them and done stuff with them character, playable, you're undercutting that. We've had playable characters that become NPCs, but I don't think we should ever do the reverse. Simply cuts off possibilities. Also, Tina as a character has gotten more than enough spotlight, to the point where her screen time in BL3 would have been better used on, like, anyone else. And we've seen that Tina works better in her own area, that being Wonderlands. Meme counterpoint, Maurice. If we're memeing, give me Maurice, give me Earl. I'll put an asterisk in front of my earlier statement about how we haven't had a character we know become playable, because there's exceptions. TPS. TPS because the chronology allowed us to have Nisha, Wilhelm, who we already knew. Aurelia was at least mentioned in passing, and then Claptrap. But Claptrap's kind of a unique scenario, because we don't give a shit about Claptrap. How dare you? How dare I what? Be correct? I love Claptrap so much that I have a tattoo of him. Yeah, Hawken, you also like hanging around me, though. So, like, how good's your taste, really? Self got him. That have excellent taste. I guess I've trapped myself, huh? There's no way out of this. The disrespect to Claptrap. Listen, I'm just acting as anyone in the games would. The only one who doesn't disrespect Claptrap is Ava. Alright, let's do some arcane bolting. Just a little bit as a treat. say those are rare. Quack does that to himself quite often. It's true. Disrespecting Claptrap is the whole point. Exactly. Turn, what spell testing did I miss? Twister is pretty good, Sen. Twister has been very nice. I need to do a little thonking on my more preferred element combinations on it, but Twister's been good. Concentrated magic barrages work, they're just awkward. They're good for bossing. Reviver is still on the to-test list. I'm back to Arcane Bolt because it's comfy. Oh, we used Forb to kill Waster before his immune phase. That was fun.
Oh, this'll be fun. Ready to cast.
Do I have the wrong ward on? I think I do. I like body rune here. Pigwart's a raid boss.
Found some of the red stuff.
Red Death Clouds. Twister hardly knew her. See what you did there. Ah, crit con. Nice. Birth did in Wonderlands be able to custom character to an extent or have the character set from the beginning? I don't compare them. I don't. That's not exactly a precise answer, but I would prefer for Borderlands to do it how Borderlands has done it, and I would prefer for Wonderlands to do it how Wonderlands has done it. Just keep them separate. Skill tree? Oh yeah, skill tree, skill tree. Stream schedule changed? No, I went live at normal time today. Loading screen. I'm just going slightly over right now because I got down a thought rabbit hole. But yeah, skill tree, Hawken. Grave Capstone. High thread count over here. Maxing Spell Sniper, Font of Mana, Magic Bullets. The point in just warming up is just there to get down the tree. You could do Prestidigitation if you want to. I opted to not go Mage Armor so that I could more easily use Curse Wit. But if you're gonna use Body Rune like always, then just Mage Armor. And then it is an overspec in Grave to max out Essence Drain, get 4 Stain of the Soul, max Blast Gas plus Lord of Edges. If you don't like Lord of Edges, you could go max Stain of the Soul, but like this is just better than 1 point there, usually. Hero points, max crit damage, max intelligence, and I have the rest in Dexterity right now. You could go Constitution if you prefer. Pew.
I will not be taken down by the likes of you.
Oopsie. That's where a Barber Load comes in handy. So the reason why the Vorkanar kill slowed down there is I didn't have available crit spots. You can see the difference between guaranteeing the spell crit and the double knot crit, and not having that at all. And also, lightning against armor is an unfavorable matchup. So, I'd be better switching to another spell there. I just didn't feel like doing that.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out.
Big word again. We just went through this. Stop it.
Well, yeah.
Hey, we one-shot him through that. Nice. It's not Frorb. You just missed Frorb, Rune. Last run was Frorb. Rune, we killed Wastard through his immune. Like, we killed him before he immuned with Frorb. After he missed us while we were standing still. As Wastard does. And I guess since this is Celissa, you do get a little bit of Frorb. Because you were good. Standing still right in his face. Yeah, like actually hugging him. Yeah, that was because you were good, Rune. I'm proud of you. So, like, imagine playing a gun build when you could just do this.
My spell's ready. Hope you finished your bucket list.
Like... Pew pew. Update my trap scallion with guns. Yeah. Ammo regen, Moe's spell shot. I'm playing Spelemental Lamara. I'm so funny. No one has ever thought of that joke. This is a 17 mil. Nice. Where Fade Away at? In our hearts and minds. It's an elemental build. Magical Moose be a Moosicorn? No, you can't ride the Moosicorn. Behave. Heal. This is a crit build? Technically, yes. Because I need to crit to have good cooldown, and also Double Knot requires critting, and also I want Double Knot to crit. So... and I'm stacking a bunch of crit damage, and the gun I'm holding is literally just to have more crit. So, yes, this is a crit build. Could we technically call Spirit Swarm a non-crit build? Crit grab. This is a damage build, Hey, Piker, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Spirit Storm's wall hacking build? True. Thank you, Piker. A normal build. Normal. Hi, I'm normal.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Guys, remember non-elemental Lamara in BL3? Back when the stone class mod was bugged to make you take more damage. It was a beautiful thing. Solid Twister. Oh, I don't have inventory space. No! The eternal struggle. Too much stuff. I could drop the time skip. I could get a better one anyway. Fororb is also wall hacking. Yeah, Fororb and Twister do it too. Yeah, I think it is time to stop, Kevin. You're right. You're right. Okay, but yeah, had fun with spell stuff. Still working on Wonderland stuff in the background, community resources, that kind of stuff. Build stock work is going, it's going slow, but I should have more time to mess with that. November. Goal is still to have some sort of community build stock up and running by the end of 2022, but it'll happen when it happens. Everyone I trust with the project is similarly busy. We all have obligations and stuff. Tomorrow's stream, I have no idea what I'm going to stream tomorrow. It'll be either this or BL3 or Dragon Age 2. Continuing the Dragon Age series playthrough. That I've put on hold for a bit. One of those things. Let's find somewhere to go. Who's doing the thing? Okay, 6 is still on. Epic is on. Ascaroni is on. Perek's on, but she's probably not going to be on too much longer. She was on this morning. Say hi to Lazy. Yeah, let's go over to Lazy. I'll be there anyway, so. Saves me some steps. This will be raid message. Oh, I'm muted. I'm muted. Ha, I saw it. Once again, yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. One of these days, these shitposts are gonna get me in trouble. But thank you so much. I'll catch you next time. And again, thank you for yesterday, everyone who supported the charity stream. Seriously, that was my first charity event, and you guys, you showed out and made it awesome, and we did a lot, raised a lot of money for the kids, which was fantastic. But I will see you over there. Thank you again. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.